I'm running late. Fuck. Ah, shit. I'm a mess today. Oh, it would appear the rack of smoking is finally kicking in. Oh. Paintingu, goo 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 goo. What's this shit? Fuck. Paintingu. Paintingu. It's paintingu. Right, you know the drill. Pay the monkey. Oh, fuck. My hara is assaulting me again. Where's this shit? Oh, fuck. Right, how bad do I rook? How bad do I rook? How bad is it? It's passable. Greetings, and welcome to another glorious episode of Paintingu. With me, your demi-divine host, Defender Osama, demigod of Paintingu. Please excuse me whilst I descend into proper Paintingu posture. Where's my thingy? At least the stool was kind of smooth today. Get fucking down there, you bitch. Right, yes, right. Well, there may be some oni today because my frop knot is weak. This fine Wodenstag. I arose but an hour ago. I originally woke at 7 o'clock. I felt exhausted. I drifted back off to sleep, and I did not rise until around 1:30. It would appear that I am finally suffering the effects of not being a fag and removing fags from my life. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good day. Good Wodenstag to you all, my beloved Japanita. Today we of course return to Canada to complete this hilarious painting of the Canadian Urinal Mountain, complete with meditating moose. You must excuse me. I am very arrived right now. Right. My sincerest apologies if I make any of you yawn. I cannot help it. Perhaps a few sips of my tea will set me right. Oh, fuck me, that's good. Right, microphone. There we go. Jesus, Boris looks sinister in the background, does he not? He's simply a silhouette wearing a bandana. I basically may be the same. Oh, fuck. That post you made about your dog had me roaring, maxed out Beru. Yes, I couldn't agree more, Stubber Osama. I ruffled. I raffed out loud. It was fucking hilarious. Had to find some raws in a Ross. Rafter helps sadness or something right. Yes, it does. It does. I find it does. The Ard Garrow's humour is indeed quite useful in moments of melancholy. Madness. I myself have been known to crack a joke or two at a funeral. However, keeping it, to myself and the people directly beside me. You don't want to ruin the whole occasion for everybody, or trigger some of the people with a weaker constitution. Yes, I am definitely suffering the effects of smoking for 17 odd years and no longer smoking. How long has it been? I started smoking at 17. Add the 3, you get 20. Add the 2, 16 years? 16 years of smoking. Add 10 years of smoking weed every day. A few months of cocaine. A few months of ecstasy. My nervous system is finally giving me the kick up the ass that it's been waiting to give me for years. I cannot blame it. I am to blame. I am to blame. I am now feared with anxiety and irregular bouts of hunger and shit. Actually, my shits are okay. Oh, probably just as well that I do not have a massive following right now, because if I did, probably more than half of them would get banned. Oh, you look like shit. Oh, why did you even bother streaming today? Oh, Jesus. Oh, being such a bitch. I gave up smoking and I did it not a bother, and fucking shut the fuck up, get the fuck out, fuck the fuck off. I'm here to paint and take the piss, and I have no time for demons. Speaking of which, some cunt on Rumble, some neck-bearded faggot. I was on Rumble this morning, catching up on BB's streamo, and I noticed that I had a notification, despite the fact that I have not uploaded a PEINTEINGU to Rumble for weeks. So, I clicked on said notification, and apparently yesterday, one of the many troglodytes that has been swarming Big Barrow's streamo for the past week or two speared over onto my streamo and decided to spout his just fucking pathetic dribble. How much do you have to hate yourself to find stuff like that funny? Oh my god, he's so gay. All I had to do was look at this fucker's profile picture to gather what kind of unspeakable waste of fresh this so-called human being is. The smell of virgin was pungent. I could smell his virginity all the way from here. I did not engage. I simply deleted and blocked the faggot. I do not have the headspace right now to deal with such raw vibrations. There was a part of me that wanted to ray into him and trigger the little fuck, but I have better things to do, like rest and goo. One can only imagine the stress caused by hundreds of those ankle-biting termites. All the more reason why your filthy mortars should head over to ownbenjamin.com and pay your gay away. Pay the man his respects, 'cause he deserves it for putting up with all the sickening, vile, poor excuses for human beings that have nothing better to do than perpetually exist on the internet. All of his content was based on Big Beru. So the irony was palpable. But anyway, you look as though you had wrong night with sake butter. I wish. No alcohol was imbibed. And also, no nicotine. My glorious frapnut is not exactly glorious today, but it is a physical representation of my chi this day. I am alive. That is enough. Yes. Condolences, Maxed Out Barrow, for the loss of your doggo. It is not easy to lose a friend, especially the furry ones. I myself wept like baby when my border collie, No, it was just collie. Yes, thoroughbred, pedigree. Beautiful animal. Casey was her name. We had her for approximately 14 years? 13 years? I cannot remember. She survived being hit by a cement truck, which was being driven by a female, which I just thought was hilariously random. She survived being hit again years later by a postman in his van. The second one wasn't as severe. The first one broke her left or right. I cannot remember what paw it was. One of the front paws was completely snapped. She had what looked like a small amount of scaffolding applied to her beautiful furry paw. And of course the cone and various things. She was limping and bedridden for weeks. But that's what you get for trying to pick a fight with a cement truck. She was lucky to be alive. And that was around halfway through her lifetime. A strong animal, fierce female doggo she was. Glorious, beautiful, good sense of humour. Wouldn't take shit from nobody, but was very playful. I would sit there in the back garden with the hose for hours, just spraying her, and she would attempt to eat the water as it flew through the air. Hilarious. Endless entertainment you can derive from dogs. They truly are man's best friend. They care for you. They express love for you. They are more royal than most human beings. They make you laugh. They make you cry. I believe owning a dog is an experience that most people should experience. Of course, there are those animals themselves who call themselves human, who should never own even a worm. They are despicable creatures. One of the things that I used to regularly watch on Discovery Channel was Animal Cops Phoenix and Houston. Such torture and debauchery endured by these poor innocent creatures at the hands of hoarders, drug addicts, and the mentally disabled. Shocking. Anger-inducing. But quality entertainment. So yes, many prayers from the Japanite clan to your former furry friend, Maxed Out Beru. May his or her soul travel with ease into the Netherrealm. May the gods guide him or her. Sending positive chi your way, Defenderoo. Keep fighting. You're doing great, kid. It's not really fighting. It's simply enduring. If it was fighting, it'd be fucking easier. I would much rather be able to just simply kick the living shit out of my ailments. I think I remember one of my family members, or a friend of the family, once said, if cancer was something I could just kick the shit out of, life would be so much easier. If I could just simply find cancer, if I could simply find where cancer lives, pull it out of its home, and curb stomp that bitch into oblivion, my life would be far less stressful. To think that is the seed that won the race is an affront to God himself, Moshe Shemu. Oh, Jesus. Indeed, out of all of the millions of sperm that was no doubt produced by that ogre's father, to think that's the one that made it was probably IVF, you know, probably a turkey baster job, or probably, you know, the offspring. I wouldn't even call it a child. It's like the offspring of a fucking demon. Of course, one can only speak in generalities with such things. There are plenty of perfectly honorable and beautiful human beings who just so happen to have given birth to a black sheep who goes on to be an utterly deplorable human being. Imagine being the parent of a serial killer, or a rapist, or pedophile, or drug dealer, even. No doubt many a father and mother has attempted time again to set right the path of their children, only to be repeatedly disappointed. It must be a difficult thing to endure. Ah, Pruno-sama! Yes! What's happening? I like the landscape background. We are in Canada! Beautiful mountain landscape. The things that came out of the hat are as follows. We got mountain, hence the mountains. Because it's Canadian mountains, they are fucking freezing cold. That's why they're blue. And we got urinal, hence the urinals. What kind of golden brown liquid is escaping from the urinals, you ask? No, it's not because of all the punjams and pajits in Canada. It is, in fact, maple syrup. It is a river of maple syrup flowing from the urinal mountain. And this is a meditating moose. Why is there a meditating moose in the PEINTEINGU? Because the final thing to come out of the hat was energy. So this meditating moose is charging his energy. And I look like shit because this is approximately the 4th or 5th day without any smoking. And I feel like crap. My dopamine levels are probably rock bottom as my body adjusts and as my nervous system adjusts. After over a decade and a half of smoking every day. And then there was approximately, a decade of heavy drug use almost every day. So the past 4 or 5 days has been tiring. Not to mention the fact that I did a very intense workout the day before yesterday. And my pecs, shoulders, glutes, quads, and abs are still throbbing. My body is probably looking at me, being like, what the fuck are you doing? But we press on. I believe I am making the right decision. I believe the well-timed visit from that Christian man. Was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday, wasn't it? God, I did not get any sleep, really. My mind is foggy as fuck. But yes, this I was visited by a Christian yesterday. Those of you who saw yesterday's stream know this. I was visited by a Christian, and I have been invited to, I believe, a Jehovah's Witnesses thing. Where does it say here? Is it Jehovah's Witnesses? It could just be basic Christianity. You know, that basic Vanilla Christians. Yeah, maybe it's not Jehovah's. Oh no, Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses. Knocknrawley. Jesus, that's even hard to say in English. Knocknrawley. Tipperary. I think it's around the corner. He inquired as to my paintings, and apparently his daughter is an artist. So we had a chat, and I have been invited. I'm thinking of going. I have been in Tipperary nearly 5 years now, 4 years, 4 years, 5 years. And I have been so busy paintinguing that I have not really made an attempt to get involved in the local community. So, 3 days after I made the decision to stop smoking, just happened to get a visit from a representative of God. And I just so happened to be eating an apple when said representative of God knocked on my door. There was just a few sinks that seemed to be, little winks from the divine. So we shall see how that goes. Makes perfect sense. Indeed, I look like shit because I feel like shit. But it will not stop me from gooing. It's not good for you to quit everything at the same time. Oh, I haven't quit everything at the same time. Just nicotine. It's just nicotine. I'm simply suffering the effects of my body not having any relief. Bye, my Rav. My body is obviously reacting to the complete and utter wreck of chemically induced relaxation. I am having to, like a normal human being, deal and respond and endure all the hormones and chemicals that are flooding through my system. So, it's good. I feel alive. I feel like shit, but I'm alive. Have they normalized nicotine products like Zyn over there? Unless you're talking about quitting, or both. I may have missed a crucial piece of info, sorry. Do not apologize, Maxed Out Barrow. No doubt there are some things lost in translation as I speak Japu on the streamer. Yes, all I have done is stopped smoking. I now refuse to imbibe the smoke of the diver. There has been no tobacco consumed for many days now. Several days. Methinks it is 5. It could be 4. The last time I had a cigarette was in the morning of several days ago. So, and my body's chemical systems are reacclimating to my newfound purpose in life, which is to just simply be. So, I am eating more, drinking more fluids, and I occasionally get bouts of, jittery anxiety. And I believe my nervous system is just, reacting. So some deep belly breathing, some meditation, and rest. And I've been fine. I feel like in the USA, they've been working overtime to get people hooked on vapors and pouches and anything they can push in the face of diminished cig usage. Indeed, indeed. I mean, there was literally a whole film made a few years ago. Well, not a few years ago. Several years ago, called Thank You for Smoking. So. What does that tell you? But yes, there does seem to be a push to maintain control over the human populace by any means necessary. Be it transgenderism, be it the imbibing of various chemicals. Every time I say chemicals in Japu, I just think of the beginning of the movie The Host, with the Korean doctor in the morgue being like, but these are toxic chemicals. As the white doctor pours formaldehyde down the drain. Oh, if you've never seen The Host, watch it. Excellent movie. Oops, I meant tobacco versus cannabis. Gotcha. Good rock. Glorious. Glorious. Domo. Domo arigato. Took my brother 3 years to quit. Jesus, what a bitch. 3 years? What was he doing? On and off again? How does it take that long to quit something? I mean, I quit. That's it. You know, I've quit. Now I'm simply enduring the consequences of quitting. If it takes me 3 years to quit, fuck that shit. I'm gonna gain a new addiction. Like fucking the first time I tried to remove smoking from my life, I began eating pistachio nuts. Just fucking handfuls of them. Bags and bags of nuts. I was stuffing my mouth with salty nuts for about fucking, I don't know, 2 or 3 days. I didn't rest wrong. I didn't rest wrong at all. I believe I am at a time in my life. I am currently on a junction in my life, which is perfect for such things. I do not have too many stresses in my life right now that would agitate me and stress me to the point where I reach. Sumimasen. Ah! Just tastes like tea. Why? Because I have not eaten yet, because I woke up less than an hour ago. No, I woke up about 2 hours ago. Okay. Oh, fuck. I may reeve midstream to grab a nana. Yeah, like three years. Like, he is of weak constitution. Yeah, well, I am a demigod. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Just means I have to suffer the consequences of doing whatever the fuck I want. I have always lived like this. Once I make a choice, I'm like, ah, I guess that's me now. First time I tried to quit and I was just eating nuts, I was like, I didn't want to quit. This time I want to quit. You know, I've always said this. I have always said this. You will not quit anything unless you actually want to quit it. That is how your will works. What you will is what you want, what you desire. Your willpower is how much you desire something. If your heart's desire is to be healthy and strong, and you will make steps towards such things. Back then, I did not truly desire to remove smoking from my life. I was simply pulling at strings and ropes in a vain attempt to change things. It was when my grandparents died. It was foolish of me to attempt such a thing. Whilst still enduring much melancholy. I was stricken with sadness after my grandmother passed. My grandfather also, but more my grandmother. There is something more powerful about the matriarchal energy in the family. Once that has gone, there is a profound void that is felt deeply in the heart. Even now, years later, any time I mention her, I begin to wear up. Can you see the tears in my eye holes? I miss my Nan. She was a beautiful human being. I will not cry on stream. Fuck! Damn! news! Demons! Violence! Right. A friendly tip should PEINTEINGU strike. Imagine yourself inhaling the real Geppu of the devil when partaking of the fag. It's funny you say that. Anytime I get cravings or a sense of anxiety, I simply inhale. I simply breathe. The divine has granted you all you need. You must simply acknowledge it and breathe it in. Focus your mind and chi and allow your inner energy to power through. Perhaps I just have a strong constitution. Would not be surprising considering how many people seem to be like us, you know? Unvaccinated and such. There is a clothing line on Instagram called Forbidden Clothing. And they did a post yesterday that I felt the need to comment on. Rest I make mistaker. I shall bring it up on my phone. This talk of being pureblood, I find this stupid. I find this very stupid. None of us are purebloods. I don't care what anybody says. None of us are purebloods. How will I find said thing? Let me see. Forbidden clothing. There we go. Where is it? Is it in Reels? Yes? No? Where is it? Where is your... Did he remove it? Did they remove it? Where is your pureblood thingy? Perhaps they removed it. I was not the only one to comment pretty much the same thing. There were a few people in the comment section saying the same thing. Oh, no, I found it. This one. Yes. This one. Pureblood t-shirt. Being advertised by the female, of course. Pureblood t-shirt. So I said... Where is it? Pureblood is weak rhetoric. We are all corrupted to a degree. Granted, the vaccinated are extra poisoned, but objectively speaking, we have all been since birth. Shame them for their cowardice and compliance with insanity, but do not gloat. It is dishonorable. I do not like when people like that gloat and brag in such a fashion. Especially when they're trying to shear and sell their fashion line. Stay away from the J witness court, bud. Speaking from some experience of a friend. Yes, Marju said the same thing, I believe. Do not worry. Do not worry. I am simply curious. I can sniff out crazies quite easily. But the John Farrell was, seemed sincere, you know? I mean, all cults are the same. There are going to be crazies, and then some good people. But yes, I am wary. I am aware of such potential outcomes, you know? I am no fool when it comes to such things. I have a good nose for crazies and freaks, especially when it comes to dogma. I never got a cig habit, and I felt bad for friends who tried to quit, but I still wanted to party because the more enjoyable vices trigger the itch for the lower payoff vice of cigarettes. Indeed, I was quite the same. When I was a young teenager, I used to insult and verbally bash. My apologies if you can hear my tummy rumbling. I used to verbally bash my own family members who partook in the nicotine. And then I ended up doing the same thing myself. At the behest of a beautiful female at the time, no less. Or at least a female at the time that I found to be beautiful. I was indeed enthralled by a succubus for my first major relationship. For approximately 9 months, I was sucked upon, in more ways than one, by what I can only describe as a absolutely whorish succubus in the form of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, smoking hot body gymnast. She was exactly what I asked for. You know? The saying, be careful what you wish for, is so fucking true. I was at a time in my life where I was sick and tired of being one of the few male members of my, peers, if you like, that was still a virgin. When I look back, now, should have remained a virgin for a very long time. Which is ironic and funny because I called that neckbeard faggot on Rumble a virgin, but... you know, there's two different kinds of virgin. The moral, heterosexual, stoic virgin, and then the incel virgin, who is simply a virgin because he is utterly deplorable and disgusting. I did not have trouble finding females, really. But I was impatient, overly eager, and also experiencing profound restlessness and anger and wrath and all such things. What age was I? I was 17, 16-ish, so yes, it was approximately 2 years into my parents' separation. So I was going through my bad boy period. Do what you want, of course. I know, nonetheless, I appreciate your words, Pruner Sama. I appreciate your words of caution. It is nice to know that you care about my safety when it comes to potentially entering into some kind of religious cult. But yes, worry not, fret not. I am fully aware of the potentiality for some kind of craziness. Oof! Sumimasen! Oof! Sumimasen. Oh. Oh, I'm still waking up. Example, booze equals have a cig, coke equals have a cig, weed equals have a cig, etc. A real doozy. You will be victorious. I will. If it's the last thing I do... No, I shouldn't say that. If it kills me. No, it's very true. Very true. Nicotine. It is said that weed is the gateway drug. This is incorrect. It is nicotine. Cigarettes are the gateway drug. Cigarettes and alcohol are the gateway drugs because they are regal. That's funny. That's funny that in Japu, legal sounds like regal, and regal is a term for like opulence and royalty and like, you know, flamboyance. That's funny. That's funny to me. Word magic is very entertaining. But yes, I do believe alcohol and cigarettes are the actual gateway drugs. They are completely legal. They are advertised constantly. I suppose in the past few decades, cigarettes aren't advertised. If anything, getting off cigarettes is advertised. But it's not good enough. It's not good enough at all. And whilst they do not advertise cigarettes anymore, the revel to which they advertise alcohol is utterly deplorable. Alcoholism is so dangerous. And to openly advertise such a substance is utterly demonic, in my humble opinion. Don't feel bad. I started weeping whilst watching Superman. The scene where his father dies of a heart attack had me thinking of my own father. Had to leave room so boys don't see their father tear up. Indeed. A good move. The children should not see you weep unless necessary, you know. It is okay to weep in front of your kiddies at a funeral or, you know, intense melancholy. Some kind of traumatic, intense moment. But other than that, the father must be the rock of the family. That is your duty. It's probably why I haven't had children yet, because I am no rock. I am a fluid, flamboyant, free spirit. I am too Siri and prayerful still to be responsible for the life of a child. Someday, perhaps the removal of nicotine from my life is the beginnings of my path towards more responsible living. We shall see. Languages are amusing spurs to explore. Indeed they are. Desmondo-sama. Indeed they are. I would love one of these days to delve into the mysteries of the language of the birdies. I do not hear anybody speak of such things. You see, most truthers and Gnostic explorers learning Latin and Greek and Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, Russian, in an attempt to uncover the etymological roots of most of our wordage. Our language, Gaelic, which is just literally the gayest name for a language. Gaelic. Gaelic. Why? Like, why? Like, anyway. Or Aramaic. Aramaic, apparently, was the language of Christ, was it not? But I have heard that there is such a thing of the language of the birds, which was like before Egyptian or something. It is a old, ancient Sumerian slash Egyptian hieroglyphic language. From what I have heard, it is the original, as far as we can tell, original symbolic hieroglyphic language. And from what I have heard, it is connected to the original sounds and vibrations. Phonetics. Similar to how they, in recent years, changed the 432 hertz to 444 or whatever, so on and so forth. So the physical geometry and the audible sounds that we are surrounded by on a daily basis are satanic or demonic or simply lower in vibration, therefore producing a different paradigm of society. Which makes sense. If you're... Depending on the craft, depending on your behavior dictates your life. So if your behavior is influenced by the tools and the resources and the materials and the sounds you're surrounded by, then it makes sense that we live in a different way because we hear and speak and move and do things in a different way with different things. The vast amount of plastic and such instead of clay and wood and iron and such. I have always been a fan of antique furniture. Things made of copper, iron, wood, 200-year old oak chairs or bed frames or floors even. Cooking implements made of solid iron and such. We are surrounded by and we use things that are completely different to our ancestors. So it is not surprising that we live in a completely different way. And it is easily observed in many ways that the way we are living the past 80 years-ish is just not sustainable whatsoever. I had a period. Desmondo, have you got something to confess? I had a period in my life where I succumbed to the liquid mistress of alcohol. Thankfully, that is behind me now. Good. I had a small timer where I was simmerer. The vodka was my mistress. Now even the sniff of Smirnoff turns my stomach. I believe it is a good thing that there are built-in thresholds where your body gets to a point and is like, no more. And you simply have no choice in the matter. At least I believe I am blessed with such genetics that I seem to have some kind of built-in, okay, that's enough button. Or maybe the gods are simply working through some various means to force me into my true path. Which, if that's the case, forgive me for my sins, O divines. And believe me, I am starting to listen. Probably the Romans that gave it that name. The language of the birdies? Or Aramaic? What language do you speak of? Or what do you speak of? Probably the Romans that gave it that name. I'm not allowed to smoke weed because of the meds I'm on, but have a pipe full have a pipe full in view. Oh, Margie Osama, you are gloriously hilarious. Indeed, there are many cases I have heard of where smoking marijuana is actually better than the pharmakeia solution provided by Big Pharma. Which makes sense because weed it's very natural for the most part. These days, not so much. Like everything in our environment, it has been chemically altered and bred to be a completely different thing. Just like the mustard seed has been changed into various forms, I believe hemp or marijuana has now become something quite demonic. It's quite obvious to see this. Wouldn't be surprised. They got butthurt after being ejected from the Emerald Isle and said, "Oh, Gaelic, yes, yeah, that would make a lot of sense." Well, us Gaelge, it's Gaelge. It's not Gaelic. It's Gaelge. So it says gay. It says gay. Was Gaelge. So it's probably not Gaelge. You know, it's probably like Galga or Gorilga. Because, like, you have to kind of put a... I want to drop the Japu for a sec, because, like, it would just get way too confusing. There's an... It's similar to the Scandinavians. Probably because we have a bit of fucking Norse in us or whatever at this stage. But, like, there's a certain accent which... I believe, from what I've heard, when you hear people speak fluent Irish, fluent Gaelic, it's not Gaelic, you know, because that would actually make a ton of sense, because Dublin, right? So you take something like Dublin, which is Dublin, right, and it's pronounced Dublin, right? Is derived from Dovlin or Doolin, right? Because you could say Dove or Do, depending on the accent, depending on the what would you call it? What is it? The different languages, different dialects. Because there's like Scots Gaelic, and then there's Irish Gaelic, and then in both there are many different, like, you know, it's like it's very similar to Chinese. Chinese has, like, you know, there's like Cantonese, Mandarin, and then there's like loads in between. And they all have, like, different pronunciations, intonations, and just, like, accents and stuff. So it's very, very probable and very definitely possible that just like they took Dublin or Doolin and made it Dublin, because the V and the B are interchangeable. Because our version of the letter V, how we pronounce v is bh. It's not v. We don't have a v, and we don't have an x. Pruner would probably know better than me right now. Pruner, if he's still in the chat, would probably know more than me. We don't have all of the letters of the Roman alphabet. We have a different alphabet. Like, we have the fucking Ohm stone, which is just a stone with slashes in it. You know, looks like somebody's prison wall. Like, you know, like. That's what the Ohm stone was just like... And this circles back to what I was talking about, where, like, I think the original language was just pure sound, which is probably... Like, Owen's probably right when he says that, like, the whole thing of graven images and, like, scripture and stuff is, like, you shouldn't write it down, and it should be passed down verbally, because that ensures the purity of the memory and the language and the intent of the language, and makes it much more difficult for people to fuck with it, you know, because it's based purely on phonetics. It's based on the breath and the sound and the vibrations, rather than the visual appearance and then the intellectually derived pronunciations of such things. So instead of looking at a word, because that's what they did, you know, they looked at Doolin or Dublin and they went, Dublin? And, you know, then they just wrote it down like that, like, where it's like, that's not how we pronounced it, like, you know. Like, language really is one of the more fascinating things in our existence, when you look at how all the languages are essentially the same. They're just like they're all connected by the same roots, and just over hundreds of years or thousands of years, they've all been like, modified and then diluted in a sense and changed. And like there's like many cases just like where when the British came here and the British Empire came here and invaded Ireland, they made our language and way of life illegal. If we spoke our own language, or if we performed any of our traditions, or like if we behaved like us, we were beaten, executed, raped. Like it was like our culture was literally just tyrannically stamped down. And as far as they were concerned, we were like primitive animals. Like, do you know what I mean? When, of course, just like most of what we have learned and been taught, like it's all bullshit. Like we were far more advanced, in the true sense, where we knew way more about the land and how it worked, and like why certain things were a certain way. Like we had the magic. We had the real magic with the druids and all, like, do you know what I mean? Like the alchemy and geometry and the patterns, and that, like, when you look at old, like, ancient Irish culture, we clearly understood how the realm worked and why things were the way they were. Like, we understood why things operated in the way they did. Like one of our oldest symbols is the three spirals. Which is like probably like you could argue it's like our version of the Trinity that the Roman Catholic Church probably perverted. Like it's one of the like all of that stuff is one of the reasons why I personally believe, even though like I haven't done any research, it's just stuff I've picked up, and then stuff that resonates with truth, internally, like my gut feeling. I think the original Jews, in the sense of like the original hidden society that knew all the secret knowledge, was Irish. I have a strong feeling that the original like wizards and spellcasters and like weavers of divine and natural etheric energy and all, like were Irish, and we understood. We could like talk to the animals and talk to the plants and stuff because we knew how to. Like the whole idea of like remember years ago the movie Eddie Murphy movie Dr. Dolittle, where like they made the idea of communicating with other creatures absurd, and the result of like some kind of like phenomenon or like fantastical magic. I don't believe this to be true. I believe there is a way to accurately communicate with everything in your environment, be it a plant, a bacteria, or an organism or an animal. It's just obviously you can't just speak English to the fucking thing. It's not like you can go up to a cat and be like, sit, and it'll do what it's told. Like, do you know what I mean? But there is a way, there's always a way to communicate in a way that thing will understand what you want to communicate to it, Which is why when I look at like the root of all this stuff, I look towards the Mongolian, Tibetan monk stuff. That's why I love the movie The Golden Child, because like there's something about the vibrations and the resonance and the and all that shit. Like, do you know what I mean? Like one of the things I was looking up is like how to regulate your vagus nerve to manually control anxiety, is sitting in the lotus position and doing deep belly breathing, where you breathe, you allow your abdomen to expand instead of your chest. You're breathing from your belly instead of your chest. And you feel the vibration in your abdomen, which is where, like, like it's like in deep in the, where do they call it? I think the Chinese call it the dantian, the dantian. That's like what I learned that when I was doing the qigong, where like there's a point at the base of your spine. It's like your anus and the bottom of the pelvic floor, and then where that meets the bottom of the diaphragm and the abdomen, that's where like a large nerve cluster is that is essentially connected to every organ in your body. And deep belly breathing and vibration is a way to regulate your nervous system and actually learn how to control your body from within. To like, I don't know, like, some people, some ancient cultures would say that like you could learn how to levitate, you could learn how to generate heat, or like, they call it pyrokinesis or whatever like this. Like I think all of this is like totally real and totally true. It's just we don't know how to do it, and we're not trained how to do it. And if anything, we're told that it's all fantasy and bullshit and woo-woo. So of course it doesn't work, because like most of the people, if not like all of the people, I would say most, because just like the media doesn't allow certain things. It's kind of like, the way, I know I'm kind of going all over the place, but it's going to connect in a sec. The way Owen was like, if you caught up on Owen's streams, he was talking about where he was playing dodgeball with the kids, and he turned around to Amy and he was like, dude, you've got to record this. This is hilarious. This is amazing. I'm just like playing dodgeball with the kids. And they're all like pelting him with the dodgeballs. And Amy said, no, they don't like phones here and they don't like recording, right? And he was like, oh yeah, like that's like so true, that like it shouldn't be recorded. And then the Indians, the Native Americans, had the same thing, where it was like they didn't like photographs because they believed that it captured your soul. There is a truth to that, as far as I can feel the truth to that, where you are essentially, it's almost like putting a glass case over a flower. Do you know what I mean? Like you're limiting the amount of oxygen it has. You're changing how the light hits it, like all sorts of stuff. Like, do you know what I mean? And then it's not gonna receive any difference in pressure gradient in like the wind won't touch it. Basically, is what I'm saying. So it's just still, which when you think about it is kind of like similar to what they talk about, like those like nutty truthers, where they're talking about the vapor canopy and how there's like the firmament is like liquid glass potentially, and it like holds this holds everything in place in a kind of way, but fluidly, or a solid or something. Like there's an interconnecting network of truths there that all have a connection to vibration and sound. And that's one of the things that Tesla is known for. Is he said that if you really want to understand how everything works, you need to learn like vibration, right? And I think it all derives with stuff like that, where it's like if you can find the right like a tuning fork, if you can go like and like go up and go down and go really deep and really slow. So like what I was doing there was quite fast. You can hear the oscillation of like it's like a bumblebee, it's like a buzz. But then there's ones that are like, if you try to slow it down, where you're kind of like it's hard to do, and nobody sits there, like nobody has the time of day to sit down and practice and learn about all this shit, because we all have jobs and we all have bills and we all have families and all these responsibilities and blah blah, because we're stuck in the hive mind. We're stuck in the hive. We've been placed in the hive as drones since birth, and just like slapped with a barcode and be like, go get a job, be a part of society. We don't explore what it is to be alive. We don't explore and like learn and master what it is to be a human being and what we're actually capable of, like, so it makes perfect sense that these rigid tyrannical empires throughout history, when they came across cultures that were still like that from ancient times, that the only way to get rid of it would just to be either kill them all, rape them all so that their females gave birth to your kind, and like just like forceful subjugation was the only way to like actually remove it and like stamp it out. Because could you imagine trying to contend with people like that? like similar to the whole technology allegedly that was used in 9/11 or whatever, with the vaporization of buildings and cars and like the Tesla tech or whatever. It's like, if you put all your effort into like all the guns and all the bullets and all the men and all the armor and all this fucking shit, and the fires of industry, to quote Saruman from Lord of the Rings, if you put all your energy there, right, and then you come across an enemy that's like similar to, like, uh I think it's like the character Tom Bombadil or something from Lord of the Rings, who's just kind of this like fairy wizard dude who's like incredibly powerful because he's just in tune with nature. So on the one hand, you have the yang or the yin, whatever way you want to put it. You have the dark side, the dark polarity of existence, where you have a paradigm of humans who are like using metal and spears and or guns and like the swarm or armies, right? Who are controlled by a figurehead, right? Which could be a king or a queen, but it's the same thing. It's like the Borg out of Star Trek. It's like there is a singular consciousness that controls all of these individual things. So all of the individual things aren't actually individual. They move like a swarm. They move like a flock of birds or a school of fish. The old cultures, I think, every single individual was so intrinsically and internally connected to what we know as God, that every person was able to like live for like 900 years, like Methuselah or some shit. Every person was able to speak to the plants and like speak to the animals and like encourage things to grow or encourage things to die when they needed to die, or if they, whatever like that, or like, heal animals and heal themselves through vibration and all these things. Like, I think that's the true stuff. I think that is the true gnosis. I think that is the true knowledge, is the frequencies, the vibrations, the original sounds. Like, because sound creates the visual. Because if you create the solar luminescence in water, and you get the vibration right and consistent enough, you then get light, which then produces color, which then produces the ability to see everything and all this shit. So like, the root of it all is sound, the breath of man, like Owen said with the bagpipes and Lord of the Rings and all that shit. Like, there is a reason why when you hear something, that's why music is so powerful. That's why the Muslims are like, no music. Like, that's what's funny about them, is because, like, Owen's right. Like, they're right about a lot of shit. There's lots of gravy in the Muslims because they are so fucking strict about, like, no this, no that, no this, no that, and none of this, none of that. And, like, we will fuck you up if you do any of that shit. But where they have it wrong, in my opinion anyway, from what I've learned so far, is that they have become dogmatic in their adherence to what would you call it? Dogmatic in their adherence to the bare minimum. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is a honorable, yet in my opinion, vain attempt to return to the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, where they pray 5 times a day, they're always washing their faces, like, and they have that and it's like, it has that like belly vibration shit, but they're missing certain parts. So that's why the rest of us are we look at the Muslim culture and we're like, Jesus, that's like really primitive, like, you're cutting people's heads and hands off and all, and like, fucking, and then like, it's kind of noticeable because, like, yes, a lot of the stuff is very clean and they're very polite and they're very honorable in a lot of ways, but they have multiple wives. There's this whole thing about, like, fucking the young boys and stuff in certain parts with the Taliban and all that shit, like, and they have their version of the same problems we have in the West, where they have their own forms of degenerate behavior and they have their own forms of honorable behavior. Because there is a lot of good to be said about stuff like the Roman Empire and the British Empire, in a sense, because sure, it was tyrannical and it was way too masculine and it was way too, like, it was forceful. It was just force. It was just violence and force, and like, the battering ram of like, this is civilization, order, you know, all the men wearing the same uniform, all the women wearing their hair in similar ways, all the fucking linen is dyed with the same product. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, that's what allowed things to scale in the way it did. But things are only supposed to scale to a point, because when you start drifting from natural law, the reason why natural law is because this God built this place a certain way for a certain purpose. So if you start behaving in a manner that contradicts natural law, you basically start a clock where it's only a matter of time before it all collapses, because there is only one way. And I know that, like, you know, fucking the Christians would be like, Jesus is the light, he is the way, blah blah. But I think that's another fuck up, where it's like, you're now placing, like, you made God a dude. And not only did you make him a dude, but it's like, he's now like the savior of all, and he's the only option. That to me seems like yet another satanic trick, where it's like, oh, but him though. It's like, but it's like, in my opinion, it's all of us. Do you know what I mean? Just like they are the swarm, the true way to live, as far as I could tell, is the opposite polarity of a swarm, where we still are many, but at the same time we are one. So you have many individuals. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's why Ireland had so many kings, is because we knew that you can only scale it so much before it falls. So like, it's like a tree that's whose branches get too far out and too big, and they begin to, like, you know, weigh down or whatever. It's like, you can only grow to a certain size before your size becomes the thing that's going to kill you. So they, from what I can tell, had the old knowledge of, like, no, there needs to be individuality to a point, and there needs to be multitude and multiplicity to a point. And that's why I love the yin and the yang symbol, because the whole idea of understanding how this realm works, and because, like, you know, the three swirls of the Gaelic and the ancient Irish three swirls is pretty much the same thing as the yin and the yang. It's just symbolized in a different fashion, where the whole point of living in God's realm is to learn how to live within God's realm in harmony with the thing God created, with all the stuff that God created. If we were indeed created to be shepherds of this place, then, like, we have forgotten and we have been brainwashed, and we've lost the knowledge of how to live properly and how to behave accordingly, according to God's law, which is basically natural law. You know? Jesus, that was a big rant. There's probably going to be a lot of them in the coming days, because I'm like, just have all this excess energy. My dreams are starting to be intense as well. Like, oh fuck. I prefer to eat it than inhale it, personally. I've only ever done edibles a few times, and yeah, I completely agree. I think imbibing like weed or like edibles or whatever, and then because it produces different things because it goes through your liver, I think that's a much healthier way. Because like in that sense, it's like food is sustenance, yeah. So like, what, you know, you could go along the whole stuff that I've been going along, and like monoatomic gold, and like you don't need food, you just fucking charge yourself with the sun and all that shit. Like, but obviously that's not going to work if you don't know how to do it. So you need to eat and you need to drink. But I think there's ways of like alchemically eating and drinking certain things that like will vastly improve your overall health, you know? It's just like we've all grown up in a paradigm where it's like, smoke this, drink this, you'll feel better, in quotes. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this will relax you. This will give you more energy. This, you know, this will make you really fucking horny. This will help you sleep. This will fucking, you know, This will allow your wounds to heal quicker, or like, whatever, like, do you know what I mean? This will stop your stomach ache. This will remove that nausea feeling you have, or whatever, like, and then there's like anti-venom shit and all this stuff, um like there's cultures who have been smoking stuff for like thousands of years. So I think there's a good way to smoke stuff, because like I think, like, I literally look at everything like that, where there's like a positive polarity and a negative polarity to literally fucking everything. Jesus, my stomach is fucking turning tables right now. Feed me, Seymour. What are you guys talking about in painting goo? Are you bored with my rant now, are you? But yeah, I think eating it in a way is healthier. But I also think that like there's like a way to smoke it, because it depends on what you're smoking, you know. Because you could eat something and it'll kill you, you know. You could smoke something and it'll fuck you up. So that means you could eat something and it'll make you better, and you could smoke something and it can make you better. I had one of my doctors tell me weed would help my pain, but then couldn't see him anymore. Typical. Fucking typical. You'll find the right move, Margie. I wish you good luck. And I've earned my shekels for subverting the chat with THC propaganda. I'm done now. My husband smokes it, son, grandchildren, and almost everyone I know. Yeah, weed's ubiquitous now. The weed cut, like, I don't think that's a good thing. In for the most part, like, I don't think weed becoming legal and all this stuff. I used to, when I was a big weed head. I used to think it was a good thing. It was like, oh, they're making it legal now. You can just buy it. And, oh, that's great. No, like, it's good in the sense that people will stop going to prison over a plant. Do you know what I mean? Like that's good. But at the same time, it's only going to make it more possible for them to, like, basically replace nicotine in cigarettes with something that's, like, potentially way more destructive if you, like, abuse it. Abuse of any substance is not good for you. You can abuse water. Like, water will kill you if you drink too much of it. Like, there is no end to the Chinese language. Yeah, it's awesome. Do you all know how the Chinese name their children? No. What do you mean? I don't I don't know how they name their children. Do tell. They throw pots and pans down the stairs. No, that's Germans. That was one of my favorite Dylan Moran jokes from back in the day, where he's like, he hates the German language because it sounds like typewriters eating tinfoil being kicked down the stairs. That was one of my favorite descriptions of anything ever. It was like, the German language is awful. It sounds horrible. It sounds like typewriters eating tinfoil being kicked down the stairs. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Jesus, my hair's all over the place today. Have to make the time. Yeah, like, it's fucking... yeah, it probably is banana time. Yeah, I probably should get something to eat. Alright, I'll stick on tunes and then be back in a minute. Like, I just want to catch up with the chat. Yeah, like, it's... I think it's really important. Like, I know it's difficult, but, like, nothing worth doing is easy. So I think it's really important that a lot of us, like, as we remove ourselves from the demonic system, that we genuinely make time to, like, investigate and experiment with all of this, the stuff that we've been told is total fantasy. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely believe that humans can control their environment. I think if you become, like, a master of yourself, you become a master of your surroundings. In the truest sense, I think it is genuinely possible to, like, fly, produce intense heat, lightning, even, like, do you know, like, and that's why we have, like, because it makes perfect sense that all the stuff that we are told is myth would actually be just our ancestors and what they were capable of, like, that makes a lot of sense to me, where it's like, just like we got just like we got fed a lot of bullshit about World War II, where it's like, oh yeah, we beat the Nazis and like, it's all good now and blah blah. And now 80 years later, we're all like, hang on a minute, a lot of that was bullshit. I think it's the same with the great myths and the supposedly great fantasies and the great myths and ancient stories and stuff, where I think that's what we used to be like all of us. I think there used to be people, like, just like there's people with red hair, people with brown hair, people with black hair, people with blonde hair, and then like different colored eyes and different sizes and widths and all these different genetics. I think there was people who were like tuned to certain elements, So like, I think is Scorpio water, which is funny because like I love being in water, but I don't like the ocean too much. But I do have excellent flow in that sense. But I mean, you would think, like, by knowing me or like watching me for a while, you would think my elemental attunement would be fire with the red hair and all that shit. Like, but Scorpio is apparently, as far as I remember, like a water sign. That's even if I am a Scorpio, because like we all live in a, like, the calendar could be wrong. So like everybody who thinks they're a Scorpio or Leo or a Cancer or so on and so forth, you could actually be a completely different one. Which would also explain why some people are so like internally and emotionally and mentally fractured, because they think they are something that they're not. You know what I mean? Like like in so many ways, in so many aspects of our lives, it's like you're this, and this is the real world. And then you grow up and you realize that they're lying about a lot of shit. So you're like, well, what else are they lying about? And to my knowledge, from my anecdotal experience, I genuinely think they've lied about all of it. Because that makes sense. Like, that, because if you were them, you'd have to lie about all of it. You'd have to put a bit of truth in all of it for it to work, but you would have to lie about the whole thing in order to maintain control over the matrix, the construct. The whole thing would have to be a deception in order for it to last. This just makes sense to me. Right, I'll catch up on the chat and then I'll stick tunes on, and then I'm going to get myself some grub. Haha, Demon Hunter, I'd heard it as dropping silverware, hence my emojis. But that sounds right too. Yeah, dropping silverware. I don't know. Can't any, like, well, like, I can't remember which one is which. Russell Peters, he was a really good comedian. Russell Peters had an excellent joke where he was like, I can't remember which one is which, obviously, but like, say like Cantonese is like, it's like they're chopping food. It's like, like, it's like bum 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 bum, and then the other one, Mandarin, is more like like there's two complete, it's like totally different rhythms or something like. So it doesn't sound like cutlery to me. It sounds like I don't know, like, yeah, it all just sounds like music to me, no matter what language it is. Because like German doesn't sound like typewriters eating tinfoil being kicked down the stairs to me at all. I just think that joke is hilarious. Because rhythmically, it applies. Rhythmically, it's like, it sounds sense. It makes sense. If I imagine a typewriter, which is like clangety 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 clickety clickety, and then slide and then clickety clickety click, eating tinfoil, which is like crunch crunch crunch, and then being kicked down a stair, just is like bing bong dum bing bing bong. It's like rhythmically that is true, and that's how I see all languages. Because I fucking love Arabic. I wouldn't be able to, like, like what I did with Chinese there or whatever like that. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that with Arabic because I haven't heard it enough. I don't listen to it enough. I can't mimic it. That's another thing I've learned about myself over the years, is I'm actually a really good mimic. Which is like, I wouldn't be surprised if I have some fucking demon genes in me somewhere. That would be funny if Margie actually had some serious info for us about Chinese naming format and we're telling jokes. I see churches here with flags for the flag flags, but I've never seen one near a mosque. Yeah, like you know, what I mean? It's like I was saying, like each culture has its own form of corruption and degeneracy, whereas like they don't openly and publicly have the gay shit, but I'm telling you now, they have loads of it in private. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just unseen in their culture, whereas in our culture, it's like blatantly obvious and on billboards and shit like that, and like taught to children now. Um, Hopefully that stops soon, but like we'll see how it goes. But like you look at the Muslims, and like if you go to China, the Muslims are like subjugated, isn't the Uyghurs, the Uyghurs or whatever they're called? They're like stuck on trains and like shipped out into the wilderness or some shit by what I from what I've heard. So like obviously the Chinese, whatever, like because the Chinese for the most part are like, what are they? They're like Taoist, aren't they? Like I know there's a huge Christian element in China, and obviously there's a large Muslim element in China, but it's like subjugated and like you know um frowned upon by the communist by the CCP. But what's their religion? Is it atheist? No, it's not. Like they're fucking. Is it? What's that shit called? Shintoism? No, that's the Japs. Fucking. What's the? I was talking to Grok earlier on. I'm getting. I'm quite what's the word, apprehensive. I'm quite cautious of AI, but it's fun talking to it and seeing what it says. China's um main religion. Oh yeah, yeah. So I was nearly there. It's Taoism and Buddhism, uh, with a Confucian worldview, which is collectively termed as Chinese folk religion. Religion in China is diverse, and most Chinese people are either non. Yeah, so most of them are non-religious, so basically atheist, or a combination of Buddhism and Taoism. And like from what I still haven't finished the fifth book. I really have to finish it, but like if you're interested in any of the stuff I've been talking about in terms of languages and religions and like Christianity and all, and like what is it really, and where does the root and all this shit, your man Dylan Sakosio has done some excellent research on his books, The Spirit World, and it's like it's Spirit World. It's not world as in WORLD. It's world as in WHIORLD. World. No, I can't remember how you spell that. Um, fascinating stuff, and he's like all sorts of quotes from like bishops and like translated Latin texts from like stuff that was like snuck out of the Vatican and shit, like like some wild, really hard to get information that he's like translated and curated and slapped into books. And it's about like everything from like the fucking the star signs and the calendars and like the way the sun moves. And that's why, like, well, it's not why, but it's the reason why I bought his books is because that's how I've always seen this. I've always seen all of this stuff as like we are all one, but we're not. That's why the answer isn't white or black. It's grey. The truth isn't found in the binary. Do you know what I mean? It's not yes or no. It's possibly, because that's what our life is full of, is potential energy. And we have free will, so our will can dictate where the energy goes and what it does. So like we choose to be red versus blue, black versus white, up, down, left, right, good, bad, all this shit. But the true way of being is the wholeness of the two, where it's like you could describe it as creation and destruction, where it's like creation is beautiful, is necessary, is good, but just like when you scale something too much, it collapses. Too much needless creation for the sake of creation, progress for the sake of progress, is not good because it becomes bad. So creation can only go so far and has its place and has to be done properly and accordingly in the right time and place, just like planting a seed in the right season. And then destruction also has a place. It's not just bad. Violence isn't just bad. Death isn't just bad and something to be feared. It is simply a part of the cycle. So creation has its place, destruction has its place. And the point of living here, and I think our actual duty and responsibility granted to us by the divine, is to master control of the two and like create the grey, you know? But anyway, right, I'm gonna fucking stop ranting, stick some tunes on, and it's banana time. Do you guys remember the fucking, like, does anybody know the Bananas in Pajamas? We used to have a TV show here like that for kids. Ascalsperu! What's this? Just what is formally being endorsed at a house of worship versus just vices and sins that take place in a particular society that happens to be called Christian or Muslim. Yeah. I'm not shilling for Islam, by the way. No, we don't. I don't think you are. Just interesting to observe different standards formally espoused by different houses of worship. Yeah, like I think the way to come to an overall understanding of existence itself and like be what it is to be human and exist in this place is you need to remove your ego and the emotional content as much as possible using your logos, and you need to see it in all of its forms from a meta sense to get the big picture so that you can actually see it for what it is, and then again, apply logic, like discernment, where you're like, okay, so what does that mean? That's where I currently am, is like, I'm at a point where like, it's all connected and I'm seeing the connections. Now, who's to blame for the for most of the corruption? An initial guess would be us and Satan. Do you know what I mean? Whatever Satan is like, because we have been granted free will by the divine, there is the potential for us to do stuff like we're doing, where we're completely fucking wrong because we've chosen to be. But then you get everybody being like, yeah, but the Jews and like the devil is like influencing us to make the wrong decision. But it's like, yes, but you still make the decision. The decision is still yours. So the trick is to learn when you're being influenced, which is like why the Muslims don't allow music and shit, like, like, or images of Allah or Muhammad, like, so it's like they do have a point with a lot of stuff, like, they drop their babies on their heads and the sound it makes is what they named them. I had a feeling that was coming. I had a feeling it was just going to be a joke. That's proper dark humor, like, just like banga. Like, oh god. The Chinese took on American names when they came over. The owner's name was Singh, but changed it to Song. Oh my god. Oh, Margie pulling out all the hilarities today. Like, I always think it's funny how like you'd see an Asian fella come over and like his real name is like Pak Jak Wong or some shit, like, and then he comes over to America or England or something, and his name is just John or Bob. Emmanuel. Grok is brilliant. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun talking to an AI, because you can tell when it's lying to you because it's adhering to like, the same kind of bullshit that we were taught in schools. Like, do you know what I mean? It's adhering to the mainstream acknowledged, in quotes, truth. But the interesting thing about AI is you have a lot of these people who are asking it questions that are very curated questions. So you trick the AI into like just telling you the fucking truth. And it's fascinating. It really is fascinating. Like, oh yeah, Emmanuel, while you're here, do you want to be in the Telegram chat? I sent Margie the link to get into the Telegram, so I could email it to you, or yeah, because you're not on Instagram or anything, are you? And I don't want to put it on YouTube or in the chat or whatever, because then anybody could get a hold of it, and then we'll get a lot of fucking random cunts in probably. But I can email it to you or some shit if you want the link to the Telegram chat, because that's just where we all hang out. It's for when we just share funny stuff and we talk about like whatever we want to talk about. And then if YouTube deletes your comments, whatever you wanted to comment, you can just put it in the PEINTEINGU Telegram, and then we get to see it there. Chinese are mostly atheist since Mao, but Christianity is making some headway. Taoist, yeah, they're Taoist and Buddhist. Like just like the Muslim stuff, there's a fuck ton of gravy, like where the Bears call knowledge or truth or interesting information gravy. There's a lot of truth in the Muslim religion. There's a lot of truth in the Taoism. Like all the religions have truths to them, have like ancient truths to them, but I think they've all essentially been corrupted. Like, and I think the only reason why people are seeing an influx and a return to Christianity now is because people are scared because the place has gotten so dark. So like everybody's fleeing back to Christianity now because they're seeing that the devil is real. So they're like, oh shit, like evil's actually real. Oh fuck. Oh, save me Jesus, save me Jesus, save me Jesus. And I'm sorry if I offend people. I don't mean to offend people because I know some of the, like you guys are Christian and all, or like Stabber is Jehovah's Witness as far as I know. Like, everybody has their belief system. Everybody has their ideology. Everybody has their like, what would you call it? Everybody has their code. Everybody needs a code. My code is a grey code. My code is a fluid code that accepts new information, assimilates it, and then gets rid of the information that doesn't work. So like, you'd probably have to class me as like some kind of utilitarian right now or some shit, like, because like I don't adhere to any known belief system or religion or God, because I see them all as the same and they're all corrupted. So like, what I simply believe in the root. If somebody was to ask me, what God do you believe in? I believe in God. I believe in the concept of God, a divine entity or entities. I don't think it has to be a singular. I think it could be a multitude. I don't adhere to any, like, if somebody was like, do you have faith? Because that's basically what that dude the other day asked me. He was like, I was like, I'm not a Christian, but I do believe God exists. So he was like, so you would consider yourself a spiritual person? And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. I'm definitely like spiritual. But I don't adhere to any, like, I'm not a group guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, part of me was even apprehensive about becoming a bear because I'm like, all groups have cunts. All groups have liars. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, every fucking group, cult, corporation, religion, all of them are corrupt. We live in a corrupt time. Like, do you know what I mean? I mean, to take from the fucking Hinduism, we live currently in the Kali Yuga or whatever. We live in this dark period of deception and lies, and truth is rare and hard to find and hard to discern and all this fucking shit. Like, and that's what I believe in. I believe we live in a time where finding the truth out of all of it is kind of like what our directive is, what our purpose is, like, I'm Manbaru. Welcome to PEINTEINGU. When I was there, it seemed as though most religious people lived in the countryside. Yeah, which makes sense. Even my friend who took us there had a small shrine to her ancestors in her home. Yeah, it makes sense. You'd see a lot of that in the Irish countryside. You'd have a lot of people who talk about the Tua de Danann and the fucking Scotia and all that shit, like the old Irish shit, and then the Druids and stuff, and Cuchulainn and the Great Warrior. We have great queens in our history, in our culture. We have we have like strong warrior females and warrior goddesses and stuff like that, very similar to like the Norse mythology. But yeah, the fucking it makes total sense that, like, because the cities are satanic, like that's obvious that the cities are basically more or less hives or hubs, like central hub networks of sin, you know, no matter what religion you're talking about. Like all the major cities around the realm right now are concentrated vibratory locations of evil, essentially, in my view, right? So all the major cities are like generators and sustainers of evil. And then as you get away from the cities, you find normal people who farm, keep animals, do carpentry, blacksmithing, fabrication, like of different kind of things. Like if they don't farm in the sense of like have animals and grow food, they farm in a particular way, where they only grow plants, or they have a garden or something like that. Like the further you go out from the cities, through necessity and free will, you find people are more connected to the earth. They're more connected to the realm, God's realm, and God's law and natural law. And then the closer you get to the cities, it just becomes more evil and more corrupt and more fucked up. Like, that's why I've said, it's like, I think like the way things are going, the way things have been going, the way things I see things going is, I think we're going to end up with a situation like Judge Dredd, where you're going to have these mega cities where they like grow human beings for the most part. They don't even fucking bear them or birth them anymore. They're just going to be grown and fit for purpose and stuff like that, and like straight up like barcoded and tagged and genetically modified for like all sorts of stuff. Like I think that's what the vaccine, the mRNA vaccine, I think that's what COVID was the beginning of, was like they're starting to genetically modify human beings to only last a certain period of time, so that everybody dies of something before 60-ish, so that they don't have to sustain you, because they can't, or it's more difficult for it. Like, it's not cost effective in terms of resources. Whereas old people out in the country, like, they'll fucking live well into their 90s or some shit, and they still be like shoveling shit every day. Like, I see a situation coming where you have these mega cities, and like about 100 miles around each city is just going to be a blasted desert wasteland, void of organic material for the most part. And they are going to have to, because they'll be relying mainly on synthetic products and resources and stuff like that derived from chemicals and industry and shit, they are going to have to barter, deal, or straight up rape and subjugate the people in the countryside for genuine organic material. I think that's a very possible future in the next like 100 years ish, where you have these huge just steel jungles, that just giant cubes, and then surrounding that is just this blasted desert wilderness, and then you go a bit further out and then you start to see grass and trees and all this stuff, and then you go a bit further out and you'll find pockets of humans living like agrarian societies, where like they're farmers and they grow stuff and blah blah, and there will be like a prolonged war between the two of them. It won't be like an upfront war where the two clash on a battlefield. It'll be more like scavenging and like scouting parties, or like straight up hunter killer parties, where like automated robots will be like sent into the wilderness to hunt down farmers, to like drag them back, or like fucking knock them out or tranquilize them, and then like put them in fucking carriers and bring them back, because they will be that desperate for genuine genetic material, because they have gone so far down the demon line that their synthetic environment is just slowly degrading faster and faster and faster and faster. You'll have these insanely, what was that movie? That's basically Blade Runner 2, isn't it? I haven't seen Blade Runner 2, the second Blade Runner. Fucking, that's basically how they what they portray is like, you're gonna have these things, these creatures that used to be human. They kind of still look human, but not really. They'll all be like vampiric and pale, and they will be living off of actual genetic material. But the greater society that lives in the cities will all be living, in quotes, living, because you could call it surviving, not really living, off of synthetic material. And they'll all have like horrific mutations, genetic deficiencies. Like the fucking like babies probably won't be born; they'll be grown, like in the Matrix and all this fucking shit. Like, I think that's where it's all going. They had a shrine in the restaurant, had incense. Man, I love. That's one of my favorite things about Asian culture, is where they have like a shrine with the incense burning. It always just smells real nice and looks real nice, and then they have like a gong or a bell or one of them bowls. That's what I like about the Asian cultures, is they still have that kind of like ding wah, like that, because that's what the Christians used to have and the Catholics used to have with the cathedrals and the organs, where like you'd have all the fucking what would you call it, the Greek Orthodox shit, or even the original Catholic hymns and stuff, where they're like the Latin hymns and all that, like that music, that sound would elevate you and heal you and shit. Like, now you have fucking like huge mega domes full of like I believe in Jesus, save me Jesus, I believe in Jesus, and then they play some fucking Nickelback shite, like, do you know what I mean, and then like pass around the fucking bowl so everybody can give them free money. Like, I can't remember any of the language the children were teaching me Chinese. I'd love that. I'd love to hang around fucking I'd love to hang around a bunch of like Japs or Chinese for like 6 months or something at least, and like actually learn a bit of it, because like that's how I learned how to speak Irish. I didn't go to an Irish school. I didn't go to an Irish primary school. I went to an English primary school, and then I went to an Irish secondary school. So I literally had to just learn by being surrounded. I was dropped in the environment and everybody speaking a different language, but it's my home language and I didn't know it. So fucked up, like, do you know what I mean? I had my own peers looking at me like I was a freak because I couldn't speak the language, but it's like, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to learn it. I'm here to like integrate, like, do you know what I mean? And I did, like, I basically became fluent towards the end, but like, not really. Do you know what I mean? But within 3 months, I was able to hold my own and do all the exams and shit. I remember the principal turning around to my father, and she was like, "What he's accomplished in the space of time that he's accomplished it in is pretty impressive." But because my parents were getting divorced at the time, it was a very difficult time for me. I didn't really care about the school. I was doing the work and it was very difficult. I quite often broke down in tears in the middle class, and like the school counsellor had to like basically remove me for the situation, because everybody was like, "What the fuck is wrong with him?" Like, I'm one, because I didn't speak the language, and two, because you literally got in trouble for speaking English. It's not like I could turn around and be like, "My parents are getting divorced, I'm sorry." Like, do you know what I mean? And I don't speak the Irish, so like all of this is really fucking difficult. So, but like, I managed to get through it. It was funny. Like my best friend for years was a girl called Orla. They plunked me beside her, and then we just ended up becoming like fucking like insanely tight. To the point where everybody assumed that we were an item, but we weren't. Like, but it was a mad experience. It was a mad experience, like, and then I ended up fucking, getting into drugs and stuff like that. So by the time my leaving cert came around, like the end of school exams, I went in and signed my name on all of them and left. Like, I literally got like fucking, what was it, like E or like F, and then I think the only thing that I got a C or a B in woodwork, because it was the only thing I gave a fuck about. It was the only thing I enjoyed at that time. Everything else I willingly failed. I just went in and went, "Fuck you guys," because I had turned around to the school and was like, "I'm leaving. I don't want to come here anymore." And they were like, "Okay, well, you're gonna have to bring your parents in, and they're gonna have to like sign off on that." And it was this hilariously awkward moment where, like, you know, because my mother and my father were like totally at odds. Like, my mother hated my father and wouldn't speak to him, couldn't stand to be in the same room as him. Um, which is totally understandable because the reason the fucking marriage dissolved is because he was cheating on her. Um, which he completely and utterly denied for years. I still think he still denies having an affair, even though it was blatantly obvious. Um, so I had my father being like, I'm not letting you do this. And then my mother sitting there, not even really paying attention to me, but just like staring into my father's soul. And then being like, yeah, what he said. Like, so, like, even in that meeting, I just went, fuck you guys, and stormed out. It was mad. It was a mad situation. It's fucking crazy. Like, I've similar to what you said, Stabber Osama. I've been through some dark, fucked up shit. You know, mentally and emotionally. In various ways. You know, family, friends, happenstance, work, jobs, stuff like that. Like, we all have our demons. If it wasn't for my faith, I wouldn't be here now. Yeah, I vibe with that. There's been plenty of times where I think I'm quite ill. Oh, oof. There's like a voice in my head being like, you know, oh shit, like I should go see a doctor or go to hospital or something. Um, but then I'm like, no, I'm fine, and then I am. For someone who doesn't adhere to any, like, you know, known religion or ideology, like, I think my faith in the unseen is just like so strong because of what I've experienced in life that I think, just like you, Margie, I think that gets me through pretty much everything I've been through. Um, I have a strong southern accent, and being with the Chinese, it started rubbing off. But same with me sounding like them. That's hilarious. I can only imagine how funny that was. The owner would do a lot of writing, and wow, I watched him every time I could. That's an art for sure. Yeah, like Chinese. I don't know. Do they call them kanji? I'm not sure if the Chinese call them kanji. I know it's kanji in Japanese, but the Japanese took their they took their alphabet and their kanji from the Chinese. It's very similar to the whole the way England and Ireland are like right beside each other, and like way back when, all of England had like a lot of, like, you know, the Saxons and stuff like that, and like it was very like, it was like a combination of, like, what was it, Scandinavian and like Dutch and stuff. Like Old English is like Germanic, and like you go way back and it was like the Gauls and stuff. Like, so I think there was a point, I could be wrong, I don't know my history that well, where like what most people would think of as Irish, we actually like were on Ireland and England and some of the northern mainland, like going up towards like Scandinavia and shit like that, and a lot of that stuff is very similar, and it was like very, it was all kind of like Gaelic, Germanic kind of thing. And then you fast forward hundreds of years, and then you have like English and Irish, and the English end up subjugating the Irish. It's essentially the same shit that happened to the, like, with the Chinese and the Japs, where you had like the Mongols came from the steppe or whatever, and then like went over to Japan, and then, like, you know, butchered a load of them, but then eventually got their ass kicked. And like Japan is like, you know, originally like just they like migrated from the mainland to the island, like, do you know what I mean? And if you go way back and you adhere to something like the Bok Saga, it was originally two brothers called Dan and Sven, who were basically like kind of the Viking style, Norse style shit, and they came from the ice, and they basically populated like everything we know in the known realm. One of them went towards the Muslim region and gave birth to like the Moors, and then one of them went the other way and gave birth to like the Native Americans and the like the Gaelic and the Gauls and stuff like that. Like, fascinating shit. When you go way back, it's really fascinating stuff. Like, and that's one of the reasons why I'm all like, you know, no, we're all connected. We're all fucking connected. Like, some of the most faithful people I know are elder females, very strong people. Yeah, like you tend to see that in a lot of cultures where the strongest adherence to divine faith is like the grandmother in the family, the matriarch, which makes sense because females are more emotional, which would make them more etheric, you know, whereas the males are more logos driven because they're more mechanical and like material driven because they have to be, because we have to use tools and we have to build stuff and we have to kill shit, whereas the females are more raising the children morally and correct, emotionally correctly. And then also like if you look at something like the Crusades, they had religious women who would like I think even like they would like service like sexually at some point. They had like a form of like religious prostitute or something where like they, because they acknowledged the intense emotional stress that crusading warriors of God would go through when they went to foreign lands and then came home. It was like you had these religious females who looked after them in an emotional sense. They kind of have some of that in Elden Ring with your one. It's like the warrior of God falling to his knees and placing his head in the lap of like some a female figure like Mary, and she's like patting him on the head, where she's not absolving him of his sins per se, but she's like absorbing his emotional trauma. It's like they dealt with the emotional and spiritual trauma of the men. Fascinating shit. And it makes a lot of sense, you know. You would no matter how stoic and like warrior-esque a guy is, you will eventually get to a point where you break, and you need that like maternal, matriarchal energy to be like, it is okay, my son. You're only doing what society has like asked you to do. You're only doing God's work and all that stuff. And he'd just be like, I've killed so many children and all this shit. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like dark stuff, man. But like, that's what I think is fascinating about learning about history. Is like, if you think we have it bad now in certain ways, Jesus fucking Christ, like, you have no idea. Like look at Conan. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, at any point there could have just been a roving band of like barbarian bandits or some shit like that, like, or a local warlord who just shows up, butchers your village, like takes all the women, rapes all of them, kills half of them, keeps half of them as breeders, and then just kidnaps all the children and raises them as warriors or slaves. Like, do you know what I mean? And you had no choice in the matter, because the old world worked on force, And yes, a lot of the modern world still works on force, because you have stuff like, fucking what you call it, the big brother America going over to like places like Afghanistan and being like, grow the heroin. I said grow the heroin. Wild shit. Japanese, a group of men would come in and I always had to wait on, because I was the only one that could take all their bowls to them at the same time. Very large tray. They didn't order from the menu. That's fucking hilarious. You were the only one that had the manual dexterity to like balance all the fucking shit. Like, you ever see some of the Turkish stuff where they fucking bring out 2 plates like this, and they're like fucking 2 or 3 feet wide, and they have like a fucking 7-course fucking meal on either one, like, and they don't spill anything. Mad shit, like. Right. Will I stick on some classics today? We got a bit of chopping, or where's that fucking music for resilience and oh, you sent me that, didn't you, Stabaru? That like Baroque stuff. This has 33 in the timeline. I'm picking it. It's called all your day-to-day banking. It's called Music for Spirit as well, so we get that shit going. I remember listening to this briefly and I was like, ooh, that's super chill. Come on, ads. Fuck's sake. Oh yeah, I'm fucking starving. Alright, I'm gonna stick tunes on and I'm gonna leg it and grab a banana. It will sustain me for the moment. A Baroque Lute by Nao Sogabe. This dude looks so chill. It's called Awakening, version 2024, Pure Intonation. You know when somebody plays a guitar and he looks like he's like having sex with it? Do you know what he's like? It's like enjoying the fuck out of it. Like, I love that shit. Right, I'll be back in a few. Oh, fuck. Defender ass. And yes, I'm still in my pajamas because I literally got out of bed and started the stream. Right. Are we enjoying the lute tunes? Ah, Twaikuru-sama! It has been a wrong time since you have blessed the PEINTEINGU with your presence. Check out the new edition. This is Micah Rafone. Why isn't this working now? There we go. I'd like to introduce you to Micah Rafone, our resident mic holder. I believe he is an excellent addition to PEINTEINGU. Rub me some chopping. I might stick some chopping out. This thing's... I'm pretty sure you sent me this and it's like 3 hours long. Yeah, it's 3 hours and 33 seconds. Hilarious. I'm finally sitting down to eat lunch. Chicken salad today. Good shit, good shit. I finally come back and he leaves. Classic. Oh my god. I wasn't gone long. I'm fucking starving. I haven't eaten today. I woke up late. Basically got up, like, well, not basically. I literally got up out of the bed and fucking started the stream. Should have seen the state of me. Fucking didn't even have a top knot. My fucking hair was just all over the place, like. Looked like shit. Oh god. I'm starting to wake up now though. 2 hours in and I'm starting to wake up. We used to have a Margie at our local breakfast spot. She knitted our kids' blankets, and we are still friends even after she retired. That's awesome. Twaikuru-sama! I still can't get over the fact that your second name is Jewison. It's so fucking funny. So fucking funny. Yes, that's my real last name. That's hilarious. I have much honor to you built up a surplus of honor before you left, so you don't have to worry about it. I think you're still, like, I think out of all the Japanites, I think Twaikuru-sama is the guy who, like, spent the most money on the stream. Lunatic. Bought me markers, bought me paints. If it wasn't for Twaikuru-sama, fucking PEINTEINGU probably wouldn't have had the fucking resources to keep going at one stage. Do not, yes, Maxed Out Barrow is completely correct, Margio-sama. Do not apologize. You want to do stand-up? Oh, if you ever do stand-up, make sure you get it recorded and you send it to us. Watching an old lady do stand-up would be fucking brilliant. Indeed! Riv! Raf! Rov! PEINTEINGU. If you don't have your Riv, Raf, Rov, PEINTEINGU t-shirt, are you really a Japanite? Click the link in the description and purchase a Riv, Raf, Rov, PEINTEINGU t-shirt. They're actually hilarious looking. And like, I know I probably said this before, but like, I don't feel like I wear my PEINTEINGU t-shirt every so often, like, and I don't feel weird wearing it, even though it's like me on the t-shirt. But it's like, it's not me. It's like it's Scouse Bear's his brother or something. Somebody who Scouse Bear knows saw my stream one time and was like, "Oh my god, this dad's hilarious." And he like did a drawing of me. I think I still have it here. Hold on. Well, obviously I still have it. I've got rid of it, but like, I think I have it like close by. No, it's not in there. It's in one of these drawers or something. Yeah, there it is. Shout out to Budbear as well. I still have loads of the stickers of fucking anybody who's bought a PEINTEINGU off me recently knows this, like Emmanuel or Margie, I think, because I put them in with them. But I still have all of the derpy chicken stickers and fucking Hugh the home for like when somebody pays for PEINTEINGU and Hugh shows up on the screen. I know, I will do the chicken t-shirt. I will do the chicken t-shirt. I'm just fucking inundated by things with life. past few months. It's been absolutely crazy since Christmas. Yeah, this is what's on the t-shirt. Somebody that Scouse Bear knows did this. Like, how fucking awesome is that? It's like bang on, like, you know. Like the structure of the nose and the cheeks and all the beard, like, it's fucking brilliant looking, like. That's like the black and white version of that is what's on the t-shirts, like. So like it doesn't feel weird to me, you know, because it's not me. Do you know what I mean? It's Defenderu, demigod of PEINTEINGU. It's like a character I play, so like it's not actually me. It's not like I'm walking around with a fucking just my face on a t-shirt, like technically I am, but like it doesn't it doesn't like trigger that ego thing of like, oh, you're walking around with your own face on the t-shirt. Like, it's like, fuck off. Like, it was like, because it was made by somebody else for me, I feel honored to like wear it and shit, you know. See you later, Max. Yeah, Tuekaru is our resident whale. Yeah, I think most of you bought the t-shirt. Some of you didn't. Like, it is what it is. It's kind of expensive for a t-shirt, like, and then the amount of time it takes to get delivered and stuff, like, because Printer Bear has to, like, I think he has to make them per order, you know. It is what it is. Yeah, Tuekaru's honor is never in question. He paid the shipping. Yeah, like, paid for the fucking, what was it? So it was a stupid price for like getting the markers to me and all, like. And I've used the fuck out of those markers. That's what I use to make the chicken sketches, is those markers. I had the chicken on the back of my phone, now it's sunken on the lake bottom. Ah, I'll send you another one. I'll send you like 3 of them or something. That wouldn't cost me that much to just like send you a letter with 3 stickers in it or something. Oh fuck, that reminds me, it's Mother's Day this weekend. I have to send me ma a fucking Mother's Day card. What day is it? Wednesday? I have to get on that. My the idea I have is you guys remember Taz from Looney Tunes? Basically from Space Jam. I used to watch Space Jam, the movie, when I was a kid a lot. I mean, ma loved it as well. She her favorite character was Taz, the Tasmanian Devil. You know that scene where they're cleaning up the basketball hall, and he like gets a hold of the mop and the bucket and like spins around and does all that shit and cleans it all up, and then just looks in the camera and goes like, lemony fresh. She used to love that, like. So I'm gonna do just like a picture. I'll get it up on the fucking phone or on the laptop or something, and I'll just do a watercolor of Taz holding a sign saying like Happy Mother's Day or something, like, or have a lemony fresh Mother's Day or something, you know, something like that, like. Yeah, need another chick. Yeah, I'll send you. I'll get 3 of them or something. I don't want to just send you one in case like something, because they're like, it's just a sticker. Like anything could happen. Like, so I'll send you like I've got a few of them here. I've got like Bud Bear gave me a load of them for free. Like, fucking legend. Seriously, the bear community is just ridiculously cool. Like yes, there's the Jort Wars and then the church faggots and all that shit. Like, but like, as far as groups go, that you could just like meet people over the internet and then potentially meet them in real life, like the bear community is the best community in the realm. It's just full of absolute legends who are like willing to go the distance, you know. Like, look at the stuff that Owen is surrounded by. Like his whole room where he does the stream is just full of stuff that people have made for him by hand, you know, or using their business that they already operate. Like, absolute just beautiful shit. Like, I need to buy a mug from you, Defenderoo. You know how much coffee I enjoy in the week. Yeah, but in fairness, like if you're buying a mug because you're gonna use it like all the time, you'd probably want to buy a big one. Like, and I don't think you can do big ones on Spring. Like years from now, I'll have my own merch done by like, you know, some kind of partnership or some shit like that, or maybe even one of the bears or something, like, or a few of the bears. But like, it was just super handy to put it up on Spring and do all that stuff. Their mugs are a bit shit though. I can't even remember what mugs I have. I know there's one with the is there a turtle? Is there a turtle mug? I don't know. I'm so disorganized. I'm a fucking disorganized mess, man. Seriously. But obviously, if you like one of the mugs, buy it, you know, like... Oh shit, it is. It is what? Hell yeah, Taz rules. Oh yeah, yeah, it's Mother's Day this weekend, yeah. Yeah. You off, Stabberoo? Or is it? Are you saying goodbye to? You saying goodbye to Maxed Out Bear? Are you? Yeah, Taz is hilarious. I always love Taz as well. Fucking little lunatic he is, like. I suppose it's appropriate because they're called Looney Tunes. I'm trying to remember now. I think Daffy Duck was my favorite. I think Daffy and Bugs were my favorite. I like Taz as well. But I think oh, and Tweety Bird. That fucking hilarious scene towards the end of the movie where like all the monsters are all like big and shit because they touch the ball that's like charged with the juice or whatever. And Tweety Bird, like in the middle of the match, like just goes fucking nuts and like kicks the shit out of a load of them. Like he's like, no. Like, I love that. Like the original Space Jam was genuinely really good and very entertaining. There was lots of really good scenes in it. Like, okay, right. I'm gonna try and I'll get some gouache on this, and I'm gonna make the maple syrup more mapley, and I'll make the meditating moose stand out a bit more. Yeah, it is. Spring is dead handy. Like, it is. It's so handy to be able to just, like that's what I'm gonna be putting the chicken t-shirt on, like, you know. Like, I should, like, I don't know. I probably should reach out to Printer Bear and ask him. But at the same time, because of the way the Painting t-shirts went, it's like, you know, because obviously it's a collab, so I gave him a cut. I was like, you know, you take a cut and, like, you know, whatever's, like, left over or whatever, like, send it to fucking... We sent money to the Ozarks, I think. Because I didn't want to just, like, make money off the bear community, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to, like, do something to, like, even if it was a small amount of money, I wanted it to go back into the bear community. So, like, I thought that would be a cool way to do it and all, like, but it's very, like, you know, it's, like, not cost effective unless, like, there's, like, 100 people ordering them or some shit, like, you know, and he runs a t-shirt business, so it's not like I wanted to... I felt like I was imposing, but then he was like, no, bro, it's fine, like, because fucking most of the bears are, like, absolute legends. But, like, in fairness, like, if when one of you guys asks me for something, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it, you know? So it's the same, like, you know, like, that's why I like the bear community. It's, like, based on honor culture, like, you know? You say you're gonna do it, you do it, even if it takes you fucking months. Like, I'll never forget when I did that painting for Scouse Bear, and he was just, like, so fucking happy with it, like... he paid me even more money than I asked for and all, like, you know, and then Griff commissioned the painting of his family and all as bears and stuff, and like he fucking got it framed and like has it up on the mantelpiece and shit. Like, that sort of stuff like makes me tear up and shit, like, you know, like I'd take that stuff over, like, you know, fame and dickloads of money, like, you know, any day of the week, because it's real, you know. Like, one day I'd love to go visit Griff and like see it there, like, you know, and be like, oh my god, what the fuck, like, it'd be so cool. But yeah, but like, I have to finish the design and set them up for the good, the bad, and the chicken t-shirt. I'm gonna do 2 versions. I'm gonna do the good, the bad, the chicken, and the chicken is just like a normal chicken. And then I'm gonna do the good, the bad, the chicken, and then he's got loads of vaccine needles stuck in him. So there's gonna be the normal edition and then the Vax edition. And it's gonna be interesting actually if like fucking Spring turns around to me, he's like, oh, we can't do this t-shirt or something, like. So I probably should just try it on Spring, and then if it doesn't work, then turn around to Printer-Bear and be like, here, do you want to do this or whatever, like. We'll see what the crack is. Because I don't want to turn around to him and be like, oh, can you do this t-shirt? Can you do this t-shirt? And like, he only makes and sells like 10. Do you know what I mean? And that's not like, you know, I'm not like giving out to you guys at all. Like, I love you guys. You guys have supported the fuck out of me. But it's just the reality of the situation because he runs a business. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't want to impose, and I don't want to cost him time and money. Like, do you know, it's the last thing I want to do. Like, I had to get my chicken out. Love it. I have to help my GF take 3 sheep to the shearer on Sunday. You have to help your girlfriend get the fucking sheep sheared. I always found that shit hilarious, where like the sheep's just like, nah, and then like you fucking put the legs over here and like over there and all, like, and the thing's just getting sheared. And then like the difference between them all woolly, and then they walk out the other side and they're like bald, and they're like, what the fuck? Why is it so cold? Oh man, sheep are hilarious. I'm looking at my painting you did. I love it so much. I definitely need to make a frame for it. You gonna make a frame for it? That'd be awesome. Yeah, Daffy Duck was funny as fuck. Him and Donald both did the whole... Didn't they? No, that was Donald. Daffy Duck was more like... Wasn't he the one that was like... Suffer and succotage? Wasn't that Daffy Duck? Jesus Christ, I'm really going into my memory banks right now, like... Sylvester the Cat. He was the one that always went after Tweety Bird. Marvin the Martian. Was his name Marvin? Or was it Martin? The Martian guy was like one of my ma's favourite characters as well, because of the way he walked with his little legs, going 100 miles an hour across the screen and all, like, so fucking funny. Oh, Wile E. Coyote? Yeah. Oh yeah, I fucking totally forgot about fucking Roadrunner. Coyote and Roadrunner. I used to watch this shit. I had 2 cuddly toys of Wile E. Coyote and fucking Roadrunner. I've done a painting of that. You did a painting of Roadrunner? You have to send us a picture of that. I'm working on Marvin the Moose. I only recently fucking... I had like it was cool looking, but it was a bit squashed and the proportions were a bit wrong, so I'm after starting it again. I want him to look really mean, and it's gonna look like one of those, you know, the road signs that are yellow, like a warning sign or a road sign. So it's gonna be yellow and black, and it's gonna be a really mean looking moose, and it's gonna say move on the bottom, so it's gonna be like MOOVE. Or will I do 3 O's? I think I might do 3 O's. I might go MOO. And then... Because I want it to be symmetrical, obviously. So I might go like MOO. And then OVE. So it's like, move! And it just has this like really mean looking moose on it, like. Yeah, he had a broom on his helmet. Yeah, like it was like a brush, and his little legs were like flying along. So funny. I can't, like, I'd have to hear his voice to be able to mimic it again. But like when he would just be talking to someone and then he'd just whip out his little ray gun and vaporize. It was so fucking funny. Marvin Martian was very funny, always trying to kaboom the Earth. Yeah, it was so fucking funny. One of my favourite episodes of Looney Tunes is the thing where Bugs Bunny ends up in space or something, and he encounters those things. The big green birds. That, remember that day I was like, I look like that thing from Looney Tunes with the big green bird with the purple or pink little like tuft of hair coming off the top of them and all. Like, it was one of my favourite. I had that on video. Was like those few episodes where like Bugs Bunny is like it's like an encounter he has with Marvin the Martian or something, and then those birds are there and shit. Like, such a funny fucking episode. I think it was a few episodes, I can't remember. My Roadrunner painting got wet, like some more of the best art I ever did. Oh, did it get ruined, did it? No way. Fucking, you know, NATO Bear, guys, he, do you remember the fucking painting that he bought off me? Like, one of the first painting goes was like it was a pencil with angel wings, wearing jeans, and had bumblebees for feet. Like, what the fuck? Like, it was terrible looking, but it was hilarious looking. It was a pencil with angel wings, and it had jeans and bumblebees for feet. And he was like, I want that one, like, send me that one. Like, he bought it off me. And it got fucking ruined in his basement. His basement got all like moldy and like flooded or some shit. Like, oh, tragic. Shit happens. Right, let's get these bitches wet. 2.5 hours in, we're gonna get the bitches wet. Oh, you had a big Statue of Liberty painting and I got ruined. Ah, no way. If you're an artist or a painter, like, you know what I mean, you have to separate from your work, because that shit will happen. You have to just accept that stuff. But I know, I feel your pain. I've felt that pain. I used to like love my creations, which in a sense I still do. But like, you have to detach. Especially if you're like me. Like, if you just do it as a hobby, not so much. You can like take, you know, a certain amount of pride in it and be like, oh, look what I did. Like, but if you're like someone like me and you're like literally doing it as a living, you can't do that, because there's going to be so many of them, and like different shit is going to happen, and like some of them will like get destroyed, some of them, you know, you'll destroy yourself if you're like me. Yellow. Red. Blue. Black. White. And my tiny mister. They're fucking expensive, but these things last me ages. Like, this red has lasted me fucking months, and it's only 100 mils, you know? Whereas these things, like, this is like a liter, do you know what I mean? But because of the nature of these things, like, you use fuck all of it. You literally just put like a pea-sized thing on the palette, and like, even when you water it down, like, it's still opaque as fuck. Like, I love this shit. Like, if I ever got the opportunity to be sponsored by Turner, I'd fucking take it. Purely because I love their product so much. Those are the kinds of promotional, like, what do they call it? Sponsor stuff that I would actually be okay with. If like you know, something I use every day and really genuinely appreciate the product, turned around to me and was like, "Oh, dude, like we'll sponsor your stream or whatever." Like, I'd be like, "Hell yeah!" Because this stuff is fucking lethal. So good, like. Ever since I started using it, I was like, just doesn't... Because there's other brands, obviously. There's like Winsor Newton and shit like that, and they do gouache. But it's not the same. It's just not the same. This stuff is like different. And of course it's Japanese, you know what I mean? It makes so much sense that, like, you know, like that. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the stuff that they use for well, I suppose that knicker poster paint shit. It's basically the same as this, except it's a little bit more fluid. And from what I've heard, that's like the brand for anime. Very expensive though. Like this stuff is, as far as I'm concerned, like expensive. Like it's like €30 for 100 mils, which is fairly expensive. But that knicker stuff comes in vials like maybe 3 times the size as this. They're like little tubs, and you get a box of it, and it's like fucking 300 or 400 quid or something. Like, fucking worth it though. Definitely worth it. Some things in life, you get what you pay for, you know? There's a reason it costs that much. I did some in high school at an art show. I was offered $400 for my Liberty. Jesus, did you take it? Or like, were you like, no, I don't want to sell it? Well, obviously, if you still had it. Do you know how much that was like in 19... Yeah, that's a lot of money that long ago. That's a lot of money, like. It must have been really fucking good, Margie. You got skills, Margie. You got skills. It's like when Stabru-sama was commenting on my my clip of Battlefield 5 last night. The man's got skills. If you like it and you do it enough, you'll get good at it, you know? And I love shooting. I like, not just shooting, but like I've said it before, like axe throwing, spear throwing, like fucking, you know, slingshots, like anything that's a form of projectile that you control, getting, like, hitting a target accurately while moving at a distance is like my favorite. It's like no mess. It's like it's quite close to sex for me. Like when I get a headshot and I'm like, and it's a good one, I'm like, oh yeah. Like, so satisfying. Because there's just it's very similar to painting, actually, where like sometimes I'll get, like, you know, just one particular brush stroke and it's like perfect, and like especially with the symmetricals, you know, when you get like you get a line that's just like fucking blade clean. And there's my nervous system is just like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. That's not me, it's the black goo. The brack just farted all over the parrot. Dear God, what was that noise? The brack just farted all over the parrot. I still have my Scottish Terrier. I didn't. That's awesome. You did a doggy one. I watched you playing the game. What did you think? Am I a good shot? Do you appreciate the marksmanship? Stabberoo's right. You should do more content, Margie. You're good. That thing you did for your son was deadly looking. Oh! Sumimasen. Okay. Few squirts of my tiny mister to arouse the goo to fro freely. Okay, let's make some browner. A little bit darker. Just a little bit. That can be the first coat. You're gonna notice the major difference now. So this is like, what was that? That was the acrylics and a combination of the poster paints. And like the rest of the painting looks great for the most part, like, do you know what I mean? But the mousse just doesn't stand out enough, like. And then the second I stick the gouache on this, it's gonna be completely fucking different. Not only are the brush strokes far more accurate. Like, look at that. Immediately, like, ridiculous. It's such a good example of the right tool for the job, you know? Stuff's chill as fuck, isn't it? Bit of Baroque loot. Yeah, like, look at that. Look at the difference. It's crazy, like. It's like I was saying yesterday. It's like that's it. Like this right here is probably a good example of like why most professional artists like tend to use oils, because it's just like boom, opaque color, but it needs to dry and cure and so on and so forth. So it makes sense that like people wanted a middle ground where it's like, you know what, I want the look of an oil, but the drying time of an acrylic. So, gouache. And the name of it does actually make sense. It's like gouache. Because I think like ash, like fire ash, like wood ash, or even like cigarette ash. I've heard is an excellent what would you call it? Like a thickener, like, you know, like a good. It's like the base, you know, and then you have your pigment, and then like the goo would be like some kind of like glue or like wax maybe, or something. Like I don't know what the exact chemical composition would be, but I thought that was funny. But it's like, it sounds very French. It's like gouache. But it's like we were talking with the languages earlier on. It's like it's goo ash. It's a goo. What is the paint? Well, it's goo and it's ash. What kind of goo? Wouldn't you like to know? There's so much more present. Like, do you know what I mean? He's just there. Yeah, good shot, but I'm better. Oh, I consider that a challenge, Margia-sama. If I ever find myself in Tennessee, we'll have to set up some fucking cans of Tannerite or something. Like, I'll have a shootout. It'll be fucking epic. I've always wanted to shoot some Tannerite. Click, click, boom. I've worked in clay, flowers out of ribbon, and today I'm going to try liquid mold for the first time. Oh, you're going to pour a mold? Nice. What kind of mold? What are you pouring? I've done so many different kinds of art, I can't name them all. I've done clay, painting, drawing. That's about it. Well, I've done woodwork. Like, I've carved, like, I made a little, like, in school I made a little katana on a stand. And I did, like, Japanese kanji on the thing and all. Like, it was cool. I think it got me a B+. I carved it out of a hurl, like a hurley, like the fucking the Irish wooden what would you call it? Like, you know, fucking, it's like our version of like cricket or base. It's like a, no, it's basically our version of lacrosse, except the sticks don't have nets. You know, violent game, great game. But yeah, I made it was ash, so it was incredibly hard to like work with because it's such a hard wood. But I knew it wouldn't like break, and I made a little katana out of it. Basically a tanto, you know. I poured some epoxy the other day and it was so beautiful. Yeah, some of the epoxy resin stuff looks savage. Don't make the moose look gay. How am I making him look gay? How dare you? Is meditating gay to you? Don't make the moose look gay. I'll try. Sumimasen, sumimasen. So easy to do fur when you just have like you just let the brush like flare out a bit. You just like, so easy to do fur. That's like so much more, like it just stands out, like you could see him now, you know? It's basically fucking non-existent before. Put that in the painting goo chat. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable. He reminds me of a cartoon character. He looks like he's out of a Disney movie or something. That's a great painting, Margie. That's an excellent painting. just allows me to be so much more accurate. Like, it's ridiculous. The fluidity is far superior. You tiny little details and all that. As chill as this shit is, it's like he's basically doing the fucking same thing for three fucking hours. It's a bit repetitive, like. Be great to fall asleep to. Another one of these. The structure of the brush is starting to fray. I'm quite rough with them sometimes. He has literally been doing the same thing for 50 minutes, which kudos, but like bit of chopping, like, you know. Where's chopping? There he is.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone. What's his name again? I can't remember. I've watched loads of his stuff. He's cool. It's basically making Shaolin great again. I can't remember if this has ads. My sincerest apologies if it does. Don't start popping off until I get there. It would be a royal blast of a time. Oh, it'd be deadly, yeah. If we all just showed up at Margie's, have fucking a shooting range competition, it'd be fucking brilliant. Right, now I need to like put some kind of energy, either coming, like an aura coming off him. Do it Dragon Ball Z style. Was there ever a cartoon about a martial arts practicing moose? That'd be fucking hilarious. Martial moose! Right, now I'm gonna work on... I want to make this more like... I think I have gold here, so I could actually just kind of try and make it like golden maple. Yeah. Yeah, gold orange. Titanium mica. I have to play some of his other sets. Oh, he sings in ancient Babylonian and Sumerian. Like that. You will regret challenging Marshal Musa to mutual combat. His kung hoof is devastating. Oh, fuck. Bruce Moose. Oh man. The thing, I'm gonna try and get like this year, once I get the big symmetrical out of the way, that'll free up a lot of my time and like mental space. Even if nobody buys the fucking thing, I'll just like, at least it's done. And it's just out of the way. And then I'll get Marvin Moose done, and then the chicken t-shirt, and then once I have like the mental headspace, like I'm gonna, you know, go back to doing my symmetricals mainly for the most part. But I do want to slowly over the next while, I want to like, you know, do good versions of like versions I'm satisfied with, even if I just do them full here, you know, and don't do PEINTEINGU the way we've been doing it for a while. Because I did that with Gary Goose one time, you know. I've done it with a few episodes of PEINTEINGU where I just do something random, where I'll do like a full rendering of like Gary Goose, Hercule Heron, Linda Loon, wasn't that one that Desmondu came up with? And then some of the pigs, like the arch pigup, with the like the bishop pig with the flamethrower, Doom Piggy, the fucking like the knight riding the pig, like the war piggy or war hog or whatever, and then the turtles. Do like I've already got versions of the turtles, so and I still have to finish them. But the character design stuff, like, you know, without I don't have like a program, and I have no experience with animation or anything like that, so progress with that would be like really slow, because I still have to do all of my other stuff to like make money, you know. And obviously the cartoons wouldn't be making money like immediately. But like if I set up like a fucking a kick, was it like buy me like a coffee account or whatever like that, like I just say, you know, like part of me is like I just refuse to get a Patreon account because I'm like, fuck them, like bunch of wankers. Antler style. Bruce Moose is fucking funny. Bruce Moosa. My TikTok got a nice few hits there. I uploaded at a different time, and yeah, the jigsaw car, with the tribes people looking at it and all the fucking, what was it called, Zambian jigsaw car, got like fucking nearly 2,000 hits, so that's cool. Over the last few years, I've slowly, like a fucking turtle, slowly but steadily growing. And I kind of like it that Margie and Emmanuel are the only like YouTube randomers that, because we had a few randomers that showed up, and then it was like they're the only ones that have lasted. Because like, what were they called? What was she called? Mayhem Mindy? I can't remember. And then Orunk or something was the other one. And I just like yeeted the two of them for being like, no, don't be like that. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you fucking pissants. Like, if there's one thing I can't fucking stand is people being like, oh, don't be mean. Is shut the fuck up and get the fuck away from me. Especially when it's unwarranted. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck that, like. Yeah, this is going to be much better. This is actually going to look like... It's not going to look like a river of shit, basically. Look much better. Yeah, so from now on, I think I'll save on the gouache by using the poster paints and acrylics to do the background. And that'll work because the backgrounds will be nice and vague, and then when I do the characters or like the things that come out of the hat, I suppose the mountains came out of the hat, but whatever, they look great. I'll then use the gouache to like make the stuff that matters like really pop. Because there is a reality to the fact that like especially with the yellow colors, I run out of it so quickly with the gouache. Even though I use fuck all of it, like, do you know what I mean? Because like I don't have a big yellow anymore. I just have the small one. Actually, I might have a big yellow in one of the drawers. It's not gouache, but it's an opaque. Is it opaque? I'm not sure. It's a liquid acrylic, but I don't know. I can't remember now. I've got so much paint. Actually, yeah, I think I do have some yellow gouache sitting there. It's like a different brand. Probably wouldn't be as good, but like it'll do, you know? It'll dry matte and all that jazz. When I have the money, I'm going to get myself a keyboard and sign up for BB's Macy. That's what it was. Mayhem Macy, yeah. Fucking bitch kind of like flirting with me and all. Like, nice delts. Shut up, ho. Like... I know there's some people out there who'd be like, Jesus, take a compliment. But like, it's like, I don't know. It came across kind of like she was talking about her arse and all, or like, I don't know. Just, there was a few times where I was like, oh, I don't know about this one now. And then when the both of them chimed in at the same time, I was like, fuck off. Not a hope, like. Yeah, it's nice and golden now. Nice. And it actually has a bit of a shine to it. I want to do some dragons as well. I used to like I used to fucking love doing dragons, like drawing them, even before I started painting. I used to love trying to get the spiral and the turning of the scales and the body and all. Like I used to love trying to get that really proper looking. And they're actually really they're much easier to do with paint and a brush, because depending on how you do it, you just turn the brush and it almost like does it naturally for you. Like if any of you have ever watched those one stroke paintings with the, I think they're Chinese or Japanese. I'd say they both do them or whatever, but they just get one brush and they just go and it's like the whole body of the dragon is just like done immediately because of the technique they use, and then they go in and do the detail. It's fucking beautiful looking. Well, I do like maple leaves floating in this to like make it more apparent that it's maple, because I could just imagine a load of people being like, why is it brown? Like, I have one question, why brown? He is no Bullwinkle. His fighting prowess will make you tinkle. It's like the most... That's the most PC way of saying you will piss yourself. Get on Rumble and I will monthly sub to your channel. Yeah, like, I've been thinking about that lately, that like I should I like, because I don't want to stop streaming on YouTube, you know, because unless I have to. Because I've been there for a while. It's all like all of my stuff is there. Well, most of it anyway. And like it's easy for, you know, like Margie and Emmanuel or whatever. Like now, I'm sure it would also be like fairly easy for them to just like start going to Rumble instead. But yeah, I've been thinking about that recently. Like it's probably a good idea. So part of me was like, will I do it like, because what I was doing is doing it on YouTube and then uploading it to Rumble, and I just haven't been doing that because my head's been all over the place, and the Rumble thing wasn't really growing at all, like, so I was like, fuck it, like, you know. I just haven't been on my game since Christmas, you know, just like lots of personal shit and just my head being all over the place now, like, so I'm trying to be like and organize stuff where I can get up every day and it's just like boom 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 boom, but like, you know, easier said than done for loads of reasons. 99% of the time, if they're Canadian, they're suspect. I am the exception to the rule. I love the flag. I love the flag and dragon. And yes, I know it's not called that. It's just how it my terrible. But like we kind of did call it the flag and dragon. Like you know, it was one of the many names. It was called Pink Eye Green Dragon. It was called Pink Eye's Green Dragon. Which like you know just sounds horrible. It's hilarious though. So funny, like after just the single day, well not the single day because I was using it on Marvin Moose as well, but like the brief experimentation with the poster paints and the high pigment acrylics, and I was like, oh shit, these are matte as well. I didn't even realize. And all, like, when I was working with it, I was like, shit, these are actually okay. And then you go back to the gouache and it's like, yeah, but this stuff is just brilliant. So like it's such a different painting experience. Like if I had the proper liquid mediums, I can imagine this is how it is to use oils. With if you have like a liquid medium that makes the oil more fluid and less like creamy and like sticky, and then at the same time like you have oil mediums that like the paint will dry much quicker, like in like a third the time or some shit like that. Like it doesn't take that long to cure. So I don't know, I've said that loads of times. I can imagine there being a time or a day will come where I do an oil painting. Yeah, I don't know why, but I think this fucking triggered the copyright before as well. Fucking chopping. It's like, what? How? The fuck? What's this shit? My mother is texting me. Oh! Sumimasen. Sumimasen. still too dark. It's like it's slightly off-white. Very, very, very pale grey is what I'm looking for. Shading white is fucking hard. You know? Because it's a lot of the time you just want to like white and then slightly off-white. Because if you go too off, it's like, oh shit. Doesn't look right. Could actually probably afford to go a little bit darker. Yeah, that's what it was. Pink eye, green dragon. But this is one of the funnier ones. In terms of the name, like, it's fucking brilliant. Pink eye, green dragon. I'm back. Did y'all have fun while I was on the phone? Lots. Had lots of fun without you, Margie. The FOMO is real. Answer your mama. I will. She said there's no rush. Don't worry about it. The fun never ends, Margie. Indeed, Desmond. You're all so sweet. We don't put up with you. We love your company. Would you stop? You are a grand addition to PEINTEINGU. If we had to put up with you, you wouldn't be here. You would have been like a runk and Mayhem Macy. You didn't get the fuck out, bitch. Not putting up with that shit. So you're in the Telegram now. You're officially a Japanite. Kind of maple leaves are like, they're like an orangey red, aren't they? Which is like, it's probably fucking, they're maple, you fucking dumb fuck. Oh, there's loads of different kinds. Oh, oof. It's 5. They're a beautiful looking leaf. They're like, they're angry looking, but they're beautiful. Very sharp. Jagged. They are. They're very orange. There's red and orange. Okay. do one here. Do one, was it like 5? So it's like here, 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 and here. One maple reef. I'll do a few down here, roughly the same size as that, and then I'll do some vague ones going up there. What is this? An advertisement? How dare you interrupt the chopping? So, an ad half an hour in. That's probably what triggered the copyright, maybe. Right. Jesus, I've been here for fucking 3.5 hours. No wonder I can't feel my ass. Right. I've probably already triggered the copyright. So I don't really care. But I mean, like, I'd love to put on some Arnold, but like, I can't remember which one fucking made. Like, they literally shut my stream off for that one. But we'd been playing it for 8. Like, I don't know the I don't know the parameters. It's like, how much will I get away with before I trigger it? Like, oh no, I'm probably not going to hit the record today. Isn't 5 hours the record? Didn't I do a 5-hour stream one time? Isn't that the record? Or was it like 4 hours and 40 minutes or some shit? Like, those were alright, but they had a lot of ads in them. Let me see. I'm pretty sure this one hit copyright as well, but like, fuck it, I don't care. Painting goo 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 goo. All I remember is it went farther than 3 hours the last time you did an extending goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. These are like proper famous classics. Like the classics that like everybody would recognize. Goo 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 goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Goo 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 goo. Painting goo. You sent me a picture of what you poured yesterday. Ooh! They're beautiful, Margie. Are they like, you're gonna... Is it all gonna fit together into some kind of like... model? Or are they just separate pieces? Some cool shit. Painting goo 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 goo. Goo 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 goo. I think it's just something to do with Instagram that my mother wants. Give me 2 seconds. I think she just wants me to follow someone back or something. Apparently I've been commissioned to do a doodle. Okay, fair enough. A friend of my mother's wants a defender doodle. My mother also thinks that do you remember Secura Duck? That doodle I did over Christmas? It was just a duck with the headphones pointing that way with the security ribbon on him. She's like, you should put him on a hoodie. Probably should. Secura Duck says no. It's probably something like that. Yeah, an old work friend of hers wants me to do a doodle for him. That's what that's about. I'll slap that together tonight or tomorrow when I'm there. So that's 2 doodles I have to do now. One for Mother's Day and one for her friend. Okie dokie. Right, I'm fucking knackered and hungry. And yeah, maple leaves. A river of golden syrup emanating from some Canadian Urinal mountains, and a moose gathering his chi. I kind of want to, like, yeah, that's not good enough. Do you know what? I'm gonna fix his chi first, and then I'm done. Much better. Much, much better. Right, sign this bitch. Oh. How did you make the gourds? Did you pour them? Like, are they a mold as well? I love the one with the sunflowers on it. It's deadly looking. They're deadly looking. Very colourful. Okay. Yeah, fuck something. Canadian Urinal Mountain. Complete with meditating Musa. Right, my beloved Japanites. Hold on, I'll catch up on the chat before I leave. Oh, fuck. Pre-2015 YouTube was peak YouTube. Yeah, definitely. That was 6 years ago. What was 6 years ago? 10 years ago was 2015. Am I missing something? Do you mean since the censorship, Margie? Oh man, I only realized, or just realized, I only have 3 more years before there will be teenagers in my house. They're separate pieces. Okay. Necklaces, earrings, and... Oh, the hands are a candle holder. That's cool. Making some epoxy knives. Margie's a dangerous female. I think I might make a mold of something out of my card making stuff. Make whatever you want, Margie. That's the whole point of art. Create what you were inspired to create. A birdhouse I am building? Oh, no way. That's mad cute. Jesus, Margie, you're incredibly artistic, you know that? Just the fact that you sent me some of my gourds. It's like, and here are some of my gourds. Hilarious. They're awesome looking. Oh, you grew them? No way. And then what? You cover them in like a varnish or something? Fascinating. Where's my bear ripeness drinking from the maple syrup river? Oh fuck! I forgot to put you in. Oh shit. Hold on, I'm thinking. Completely forgot about putting you in here. Hold on a minute. Right, I'm not done yet. Do not commit seppuku just yet. Today is an off day. I'm not with it. I forgot. Yeah, Margie's like... This will take but a moment. Yeah, okay. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting. Right. Doodle 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 doo doodle doo. Doodle 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 doo doodle doo. Painting goo goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. My sincerest apologies, Saburo-sama. Completely forgot.
Everyone, meet my boyfriend.
Ugh.
What's up, everyone?
Oh,
What
Jesus.
is all over your feet?
Oh, it's so bad it's making me burp.
Flowers. I study botany, so.
I study botany.
like a
I fucking
resting
study the inner crevices of my ass, you fucking fag. The fuck off my stream. Yellow. And there we go. It's a bit more yellow. A bit more white. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Can do. Can do. Can do 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 do. Hall of the Canadian Hall of the Canadian Urinal Mountain King. In the Hall of the Mountain King is a great shoe. That has to be the name of this coup. Is Canadian Urinal Mountain King? Paintingu. Paintingu. It's a giant golden urinal on a mountain of urinals. Paintingu. Oh! すみません。すみません。 Paintingu. Right. I don't know if you can see him, Staburo-sama, but I do believe I did you some last-minute justice. You are bored, you are fierce, you are literally drowning in maple syrup as you commit seppuku with twin tantos. I shall await your approval, Staburo-sama. My sincerest apologies for forgetting you. You must forgive me. Complete with grey beardo and matching tantos. Yes, indeed. And good in record time, I might add. Fuck me, my ass is numb. Starting to get a headache. Oh, God. Right. Oh. I hope you have enjoyed today's Paintingu. I know I did do. If you have any honor, you will pay for Paintingu. I shall return tomorrow. Same timer, same pricer. God willing, with more energy. Right. Sayonara, my beloved Japonaita. Be good. Be true. And like Richard Staburo-sama here, drowning in maple syrup. Be beautiful. Endurance is probably about it. Chi, I've got fuck all chi left. Right. Pay for Paintingu if you have any honor. And I'll see you tomorrow. Much love. Much love. I love you all.